Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the BU collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to do, I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment. that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the
I didn't
world.
hear nothing. My bad.
Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com.
I got you.
Or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Victor Johnson. I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. Today, we got a special treat for you. A young lady named Akila Tyson will be doing a fireside chat with her. But before we introduce her up, I've got to tell you about her bio. Akila Tyson is an author, licensed realtor, and serves as the CEO on the nonprofit LEAP. With over 15 years of experience in contract negotiations, commercial finance, project management, and mergers and acquisitions, she brings a wealth of knowledge to her many roles. As a dedicated parent of 2 young adults, Akila is an advocate for teaching young adults to use credit cards effectively without falling into debt. She focuses on leveraging credit cards to build wealth and helping them leap into homeownership. Additionally, Akila is passionate about assisting fellow parents in equipping their young adults with the essential financial tools they need to thrive in adulthood. You can purchase additional products and books through her nonprofit LEAP at www.leapintowealth.org. I present to you Akila Tyson.
Hello. Hi, Victor. Thank you for having me here today.
Thank you for being here today, Akila. How are you?
I am wonderful. Glad to be here on the Black Business Network.
Awesome. Well, this is going to be great. We're going to have a good time. I'm going to ask you a few questions about your business. So we're going to jump right in. But first, can you please tell us just a little bit about yourself?
Absolutely. So you kind of went through the bio already, but I'll just, reiterate. I am an advocate for helping young adults to really learn how to navigate the credit card world and make sure they don't go into the pitfalls of debt. And so again, my name is Akila Tyson. I'm a 15-year veteran in sourcing and procurement, project management, and commercial finance. I am also a licensed realtor in the North Dallas area. I am an author of personal finance books, and I am the founder of the nonprofit LEAP, which I'm pretty excited to talk about. And so I'm based in the North Dallas area, and of course, most importantly, I'm a proud mom of 2 young adults.
Awesome. Well, this is great. So let's jump into LEAP itself. LEAP into Wealth. Can you tell us a little bit more about the organization?
Absolutely. So Leap into Wealth is a grassroots organization. It's a nonprofit that I started about 2 years ago. And essentially, we are on a mission to help 1,000 renters leap into home ownership. And so LEAP stands for Legacy Education Advancement Program. And our goals were actually founded on 3 different pillars. So we're founded on to advocate for people to know their numbers. And essentially what that means to know your health numbers as well as your wealth numbers, because we all know that without your health, it's going to be very hard to maintain your wealth, right? Then secondly, it's to build a mindset of growth versus scarcity. So we're wanting to shift people away from thinking they cannot do something in more of a positive aspect that they can. And then we want to create that actual path to home ownership. And we do this through programs. We have free events that we offer throughout the year. And we also offer one-on-one coaching for those who are interested in going through the home ownership process.
Wow, that is tremendous. So I heard advocating, especially for wealth and health, which is very powerful. I think how you do a thing is how you do everything. So if you're managing your wealth, you could be managing your health and those things like that. Growth mindset, very big part of it. And then 3, the path to home ownership. Tell us about what even got this started and what impact have you been able to make so far?
Absolutely. So how I got started, when I first got my real estate license and I started to interact with clients, I was just really shocked that there were so many people, particularly people in our community, Black and brown people, who just did not know that they could purchase a home. They didn't think they could qualify for a home. They didn't think they had the means to ever obtain the dream of home ownership. And being in the real estate world, I'm exposed to so many programs that are out there that can make this dream a reality for so many people. There's down payment assistance programs. There are government programs. There are programs that will help with closing costs. There are lending programs out there. There's even programs if you don't have a credit score, you can still get into housing. And so it's just a matter of sharing that knowledge and making sure that those in our community know that there are other options out there, not just the traditional route to get into housing. So LEAP was really inspired to provide that free education to make sure that we're promoting that there is truly an opportunity to create generational wealth through housing, and we can help you get there.
Whew, this is wonderful. I mean, as you know, I'm passionate about Black home ownership. I mean, we are the demographic that is kind of at the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to what percentage of Black families that own real estate. Can you talk about, as someone, and I'm gonna go back to LEAP, but as a realtor, like, why is it even important to own a home? I mean, let's just get to the basics of it. Why is that such an important aspect of wealth building?
Absolutely. Well, owning a home is important to wealth building because, one, it gives you stability. And two, it builds equity. And when you are renting, you're going to be constantly and paying additional dollars towards someone else's pocket, and you're not building any equity in that process. Now, we know that there are other costs with home ownership. We know property taxes go up every single year, but that's tax deductible. And there's ways that you can cash flow your home through businesses, through other tax incentives, and plus be able to provide inheritance and heirship through your home as well, where you can actually create a path for not just yourself, but generations to come.
Wow. I mean, I definitely understand that. And I've read articles recently where the younger generation, what they call them now, Gen Zs or wherever they are, I mean, this is a time in our history where home prices we've never seen this before, right? Especially in conjunction to what a person is bringing home. And I know with LEAP, you all are helping to build and cultivate that where people can. But what would you say for those folks that are on the sidelines about buying a home right now, maybe due to the fluctuation of interest rates and things like that? Like, what would you tell somebody who's wanting to wait till the rates drop?
Yes, that's always an argument. And I always say that now is the best time. If you can, do it now, because the rates will fluctuate. We all know the rates go up and down. It's a bell curve. But the property taxes and the actual cost of homes will always go up. You know, and so you can always buy more house today than you can tomorrow. So it's always advantageous to do it as soon as possible and then start building that nest egg for yourself and your family.
Lovely. So how is LEAP's educational programs helping renters transition to homeowners?
Yes, great question. So we have several programs. So in addition to just our monthly events that we offer for free, we also have a course called Path to Home Ownership. And this course, it's a 12-week course. It's web-based and it's self-paced. And it's broken up into 3 separate modules. And each of those modules is based on our 3 pillars. So we have the first 4 weeks, which is advocating to know your numbers. So we're going to deep dive into those numbers. We're going to look at your net worth. We're going to create some budgets. We're going to walk through some financial scenarios. We're going to look at your debt to income, your back-end ratios, your credit score. We're going to go through some serious numbers. So when you're done through that first 4 weeks of the program, you're going to really understand where you sit financially, and you're going to have a baseline of what you need to do to move forward. Mm-hmm. And then you have the second set of 4 weeks, and that's when we do the mindset recalibration. You know, so as I stated earlier, we don't want to be in a scarcity mindset. We really want to build and have wealth creation. So in this particular course, we're going to be focusing on journaling prompts, books to recommend to help people really get at that scarcity mindset. We're going to actually send people to licensed therapists as well if they have some limiting beliefs around money, some money blocks, or they just don't feel that they have the legacy to move forward to purchase a home. You know, then you have an opportunity to go through that process as well. And then the last set of 4 weeks is when we're going through the practical steps. So we're doing assessments. Are you actually ready to purchase a home? And then we'll be sending them to people like you, Victor, who work in a bank, and they're going to connect with lenders. They're going to be connecting with insurance agents. They're going to be connecting with financial advisors, and then they'll be connecting with me as a realtor, and we'll go through the actual steps in getting them into a home. So it's a great program. It's a holistic program, and the goal is just to really be there from end to end to make sure people are ready for home ownership without being house poor in the process.
Ooh, house poor. You got to explore it, expand on that. I know I've heard it before. Some people may not be familiar with that.
Absolutely. So house poor is when you buy above your means. A lot of times people will get approved for a loan, and they will buy at that highest approval point. And then a year later, the mortgage payment may actually increase because maybe property taxes were not fully covered and that needs to be increased. Maybe insurance goes up and that needs to be increased, or there could be just additional repairs in the home. And people get to that point and they just can no longer afford the home. So we need to really just make sure that people understand the mechanics behind all the dollars so that when it comes to that year, 2 years, 3 years after purchasing the home, they still have the means to afford it with no problems.
Excellent. And we're going to do this a couple times here, but there's people taking notes. We got a lot of business owners around the world tuned in. Somebody wants to get information about that Leap into Wealth program. Can you tell us how we can connect with you on that?
Absolutely. You can go to our website, leapintowealth.org, and you'll be able to find all of our programs. This particular program is called Path to Home Ownership.
Okay, very good. Now, I know that you're also an author. Now, what books have you written and what motivated you to write these books?
Yes, I am an author, and it's pretty exciting to be a published author. So I've actually written 2 books. My first book is called Stuck in the Middle: Breaking the Financial Barriers Through Real Estate. And what this book is really focusing on the intersections between economics, housing, and health, and how that correlates with building generational wealth. And that is really geared towards being, in the Black community, because there's so much disparity within our community in housing. I really wanted to look at the numbers and analysis to see, what's happening in our community. Why is it so hard for us to really grow? Even after the civil rights movement, we're still fighting through redlining, fighting through different areas within home ownership to make us move forward. But the book is also focused on investments. And I wanted this to be a blueprint for people who are first-time investors to have a manual, a blueprint that they can use when they want to invest in a home for the first time. They've already purchased a home, they have their homestead, but they're really looking for some cash flow. So that's what that book is about. And then I have a second book. And my second book I'm especially proud of because this book is really targeted towards young adults. And this book is called Leveling Up Your Money Game: A Visual Guide to Mastering Credit Cards. And it is targeted towards ages 16 years old to about early career, so maybe late 20s, 25, 26. And it is targeted around credit cards. How can young adults learn to utilize credit cards, how to get their first credit card, how to build and stack credit cards, how to use them effectively, how to navigate and deal and respond to fraud, and then how to move forward, in life and build generational wealth.
Okay. Very good. I love this, especially you're dealing with young people. We didn't have this education. Well, you're much younger probably than I am. So I know when I was in school, they weren't talking about financial literacy and for sure not talking about credit cards. I want to talk to, and I'm going to come back to that again, but this is a Black business show podcast, right? So what do you find any correlation between being a business owner and a homeowner and the responsibilities there? Is there anything you could do as a homeowner to help grow your business? Any thoughts around that?
Oh, sure. As a homeowner, just to be able to manage a home is similar to running a business. So, if you can manage the finances in the home, all the repairs, all the in and outs from bills, prospective expenses, then you can balance a spreadsheet and do a net income and a balance statement, for a business. So learning to operate a home is definitely a blueprint for operating a business and a startup. And plus, once you have a home, you have a base to start a business. You can use your home base to start a sole proprietorship or LLC and run it out of your home and then use your home as a tax deduction as well.
Absolutely. And I would assume they could leverage some of their equity if they have equity, to be able to invest in their business, grow their business, and things like that. So that is
absolutely.
Okay. So on the credit card piece, why do you think it's so important for young people to really understand about credit card management?
Victor, that's a good question. So we're in a digital age, and we are entering a cashless society. And the fact that paper money is not tangible, people don't carry paper anymore, and they don't see that paper leaving their hands, leaving their pockets. All they see is this digital currency. And it's hard to quantify sometimes. And we've grown up with the saying that cash is king, right? But now credit is queen. And we have to focus. We have to be able to focus on making sure we can maneuver around credit and still be productive and build that wealth. And there's a study out there, US News, they did a poll this year where essentially it stated that over 50% of Americans are in credit card debt today. And of that 50%, 42% are college students. Can you believe that? 42% are college students. And of that 42%, over half of those expenses are for non-essential items. So these young adults are entering college before they even graduate. They are already in debt, and a large amount of debt, and they don't know what to do. And they don't even have jobs yet to cover those expenses. Wow. So that's why I think it's so vital. It's so important before, they step foot, onto a college campus, or before they start their careers after graduation, that they start to learn and how to mitigate those risks. And I'll tell you a quick story. When I first graduated from high school and I went off to college, and I went to activity fair, and first couple of weeks, they had banks just lined up on the campus, and you got to walk to each table, and I got to sign up for checking accounts and savings accounts, and I got to sign up for a credit card. And I signed up for about 3 different credit cards in exchange for pizza and a t-shirt. And it was not a good financial decision, and it took a number of years for me to pull myself out of that bad decision as well. And so I just really want to be able to pay it forward, to let young adults know that, hey, it's okay if you get into debt, because we can work around it and we can get you out of it. But also, I want to start as young as possible to prepare people for these conversations so they don't go into debt over a piece of pizza.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's powerful. Very, very powerful. And it really is disheartening to hear young people before they even hit age 30 having student loan debt, and then you couple it with the credit card debt that they may have amassed during their college years. It really can be a defeating feeling. And I can see why some young folks will just sit on the sidelines. What are you talking about, home ownership? Man, I got all this debt already, so why would I add another one to it? So I love that you all are educating them. Now, I've worked with young people, especially on financial literacy, and sometimes it can be very boring and mundane for them. So how are you making it not only at least exciting where they can engage in it, but also where they're not intimidated by what you're teaching them?
Absolutely. Well, I think that's where my sweet spot is. And that's where my book comes in. So Leveling Up Your Money Game, a visual guide to mastering credit cards. And it's in the name. The book itself is a fully illustrated book which talks about credit cards and credit card management and snackable, bite-sized information. And it looks almost like an Instagram format in paperback form. And so every single page is a lesson plan. There's 94 pages in the book. And the book is not meant to be read from cover to cover. The book is meant to be is meant for you to just open the book and pull up a concept within 2 to 3 minutes. So there's no excuse of them losing the attention and losing focus, because by the time they can get a concept down, they can already move on, close the book, and move on to a different concept. So the book itself is very engaging. It's fun. It's an easy read. It's great for people where English is their second language, because there's so many pictures and infographics that helps the concepts of complex financial concepts flow very easily. And then I would also say it's a great resource just for parents and educators, because for educators, every single page is a lesson plan. They're able to pull that one page and create lesson plans from that, and they'll target their students and use the infographics and the colors and the pictures to really keep them engaged. And then parents, they can open a dialogue, with their students as well, and pick one simple topic out of the book and be able to move forward. So I'm just really excited and very proud of the book itself, because it is targeted for young adults who are very busy and they're used to things moving very fast, and they love Instagram and TikTok. And essentially, this is what it is. It's just in paper format.
Please give the title of your book again.
Absolutely. So the title of the book is Leveling Up Your Money Game, a visual guide to mastering credit cards.
And I would like to personally endorse the book. I recently read it from cover to cover, and I would agree with you that it is outstanding information. It is very easy to consume. I love that it's more of a resource guide than a novel, right? And I love reading novels, but this makes it easy. And we're not going to stand here and act like adults don't have credit card challenges as well. So it's very easy for somebody that's a grown up to even be able to look at it and say, wow, I didn't even realize that those habits, or that this is how the credit card company is doing things. And it has been costing me hundreds, if not thousands of dollars over the years of using credit cards. So I really, really love that. And I endorse that book 100%. So much so that because you are in the Dallas area, I have already reached out to you to have you come and speak to my youth that I mentor in high school here in the Carrollton Farmers Branch, Texas area. So I'm thankful and looking forward to having you come into the classroom to educate young folks about that. Are there any suggestions that you would give, to just one nugget that you could throw out there to the listening audience, especially business owners that have used credit cards maybe for their business? Are there any, just one nugget that you would recommend that may not be so commonly known to help us to manage our credit cards?
Well, to manage the credit cards, I would just say really focusing on your budget and focusing on those payment terms. So you don't want to pay on the pay date. You always want to pay a few days earlier, and you want to know how your payments cycle with the credit bureaus, because there's usually a 2-3 day lag before the actual payday is reported to the credit bureau. So you have some time to make partial payments or full payments before it hits your credit card bureau, and you can essentially manipulate your credit score and increase it pretty quickly by the dates that you make those payments, as well. And I'll add one more thing from a business perspective. Our long-term goal is always to shift to business credit. Eventually, you want to get away from your personal credit and you want to shift to business credit, because business credit is a Paydex score versus a FICO score. And when you don't have a lot of revolving credit under a FICO score, you can qualify for a lot more things, because most of your debt is now going to be under your business entity instead of your personal. So that's a bigger conversation, but it's definitely something to leverage and to think about as you're building your credit.
Wow. So what I heard, and I have some insight on this as well, is folks should focus on making their payments on their credit cards maybe by the statement date, as opposed to what's showing as the due date on their statement. So we know that the statement date is a date that they're closing out your cycle for that month, saying, okay, what is this person charged? how much we want to charge them for it based on the terms and conditions or whatever. And now we're going to report that balance to the credit bureaus. It's not the due date that keeps you on time and on track with the credit card. But as far as what's being reported is the balance as of the date of the statement date. Am I correct on that?
You're 100% correct, Victor.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Good. Yeah. Business owners need to understand that. And it truly is we call it a game, but it really is a management of how well you can borrow, but also pay back on time, keep balances low. Anything else you want to add to like credit card utilization? I would love for you to explain what that is and maybe a suggested percentage to keep under.
Yes. So credit card utilization is essentially your balance compared to your limit, your credit card limit. And there's a lot of theories saying that you should stay under 30% utilization. So essentially don't spend more than 30% on your actual limit. But I actually prefer people to stay within that 10% threshold. At the end of the day, though, if you are paying off your credit card every single month with a zero balance, it really doesn't matter, what that threshold is, because you will always have a $0 balance every single month. And that is the true target, to spend the money and pay it off before the next due date.
Wow, that's good. Very good stuff. So as a parent, what are some tips you would give other parents about teaching young adults in their household about building good credit habits?
So I would definitely start with it starts in the home. So the parents are the foundation. So I would love for parents, particularly Black parents, because we don't like to talk about finances with our children. I was told money doesn't grow on trees and work hard to get the money. And that was essentially my financial, education. And so I really implore parents to start opening that dialogue as soon as possible. In kindergarten, you can start having conversations about how much you save, how much you give, and how much you spend. Yep. And if they're getting allowances, I called it a commission. I gave my kids a commission because they had to work. And then I would give them a commission for the amount of work they did if they completed their chores. And so those conversations started very young for them. So they started to earn and learn the value of money. Mm-hmm. And then really what helped my children too is that I made them authorized users on my credit cards very early on. And so parents, if they do have credit cards, if they use credit cards and they use them safely, they have high credit scores, then they should add their children as authorized users. If their credit is not where it needs to be, I don't recommend doing that, because then that can actually backfire and negatively impact their children, as well. And then finally, I would say use my book as a resource.
For sure.
My book is a tool. It's out there to help parents have these conversations so that the conversations stay light and they stay fun, but they're engaging and they can have great dialogue with, particularly when it comes to teens. And it's hard to have some engaging conversations with teens, because they're just not really interested in connecting with parents at that age sometimes.
For sure. And so with an authorized user, you're basically adding them to your credit card account.
Yes.
Are they getting a credit card? So they got a chance to go out and buy some J's with this thing, or what's happening with that?
Well, I recommend that the parents do not give the credit card to their youth. They just put them on as an authorized user and they keep that credit card hidden until their student is probably who has a job, usually around 16 when they have a job. Then I would give them access to the credit card, but in a very controlled environment. They have limits. You have the ability as a parent to see what they're spending, how they're spending it. And then there's a conversations on, okay, if you're going to spend this money, you're going to have to pay this back in full. So do you have the means to pay it back? And so it starts teaching them how to pay off their debt, while they're working their first jobs as well.
Really, really good stuff, Akila. Are there any events upcoming for Leap into Wealth or for Leap in the Dallas North Texas area before 2024 concludes?
We're going to be doing some donations. If you go to our website, we often do donation meals for Thanksgiving time period. So we'll be doing that as well. And then that'll be it for the rest of this year. And then we'll kick back up in January, around January 13th time period is usually when we'll have our kickoff event for the year. And then we have a signature event every April, May time period called Moms, Money, and Mimosas. And that's usually a pretty big event. It's a fun event. And we have, it's usually a packed house. And so that'll be our signature event in the spring next year as well. So definitely I recommend everyone to go out to the website to check out the calendar events.
And that website again?
Is www.leapintowealth.org.
Okay, very good stuff. Any other additional comments, thoughts that you want to throw out there to the listening audience, these Black business owners that are tuned into the Black Business Network about credit cards, about Leap into Wealth? Any final thoughts on it?
Absolutely. One, I would say, so because we are a nonprofit, we do accept sponsorships. So when we have these free events, if there are any local businesses out there that want to advertise to our network, I would love to invite you out to come and speak at our events. We usually work with banks, attorneys, financial advisors, insurance agencies, health advocates. So anyone who wants to connect with our community, I would love that. We are always looking for people to come out and speak. And also, I would say if there are any schools or organizations, small groups, youth groups that are wanting to provide some education to their youth about credit cards and credit card management before they graduate from high school, I would be happy to come out and speak to them and start having that conversation and prepping them and getting them ready for college and for early career.
Wow, this is really good stuff, Akilah. It's such a pleasure to have you on and talk about these really important aspects of it. And I know this is a business network, and we all are American citizens out here spending money and doing things. And these are just pieces of our life that we need to be more vulnerable about talking about, so that experts like yourself can share great insights, give us guidance on how to do it. Because at the end of the day, I believe it's about leaving a legacy for your family, not leaving a debt or a GoFundMe has to happen because you passed on and you didn't do anything to financially stabilize your family. So I really appreciate the work that you're doing, and we applaud you for that. And one last time, tell people how they can connect with you or purchase your books.
Thank you, Victor. You can visit Leap's website. It's www.leapintowealth.org. You can also follow us on socials at Leap Into Wealth with the number 2. And our books are available on Amazon.com in digital format as well as paper format, and also on the website leapintowealth.org.
Thank you so very much, Akilah. This has been an absolute pleasure. Listen, people out there, if you are interested in getting more information, you just heard how to reach Akilah Tyson, an author, a realtor. She's a nonprofit organizer with Leap Into Wealth, and we're so happy to have had you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Victor.
So the Black Business Network, thank you for those of you that tuned in. We want to make sure that you are in position to get more information. The Black Business Expo, I want to talk about that very briefly. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for November 2024. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
I grew up in Flint, Michigan during the 60s, and as a child, I can remember the civil rights movement. I remember our family huddling around our small black and white TV, and we'd watch all of the things that were going on in Alabama and Mississippi. Some of my older cousins were active in the movement, and each week we would have a large Sunday dinner with the extended family, and they would come back and tell us about all of the things that they had seen and done. As a child of about 8 or 9 years old, I always wanted to grow up and be a part of the movement, but by the time I became of age, it was all over. All of the marching was done. I always felt left out, that I didn't get a chance to participate in the civil rights movement. But little did I know that God had another plan for me as a computer instructor and database developer. But even then, it bothered me that I didn't see many people of color in my classes. That is when journalist Dr. John Ray introduced me to Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. and Dr. Eunice Dudley of Dudley Products, who had been mentored by the millionaire S.B. Fuller. Through Dr. Dudley, I was introduced to Dr. Lafayette Jones, past Vice President of Marketing for John H. Johnson of Johnson Publishing, and his wife, Sandra Miller Jones, who was the Vice President at Quaker Oats, and together they created SMSI, a national marketing firm. Dr. George C. Frazier of FrazierNet and the Power Networking Conference, Dr. Jackie Mayfield of ComproTax, founder of the largest Black-owned income tax service, and even billionaire Michael B. Roberts. They all believe that the way to close the wealth gap is through entrepreneurship, because we as a people had to overcome slavery, and secondly, obtain our civil rights to be able to eat in any restaurant or stay at any hotel that we wanted. But the third piece is economic equality. And now I am also convinced that we must become entrepreneurs, and to do so we must embrace technology and a strategy of global networking. That is why I created Every.Black, to use my vast experience as a computer instructor to teach entrepreneurs how to use technology and artificial intelligence in business. Every.Black members are listed in our online website directory, promoted in our digital newsletter, on our social media, and on our podcast. And we also conduct weekly virtual mastermind meetings where we read positive books, learn from the experts, while networking with like-minded individuals from around the world, educating them about every aspect of becoming a successful entrepreneur. That is what Every.Black is all about. Just go to www.every.black to take the AI and tech classes you need, to register for our mastermind meetings, and to join the Every.Black family. Visit us at www.every.black and sign up today. Just go to every.black, every.black. No .com, no .net, just every.black. .black is the new .com.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Five-star. Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGaugh and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook for just $199, down from the regular price of $399. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
Five-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.5starbdm.com today to learn more.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave it inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious, how did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this? So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Stephanie Ardrey, and I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all across the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Shortly, I'm going to share with you a presentation that I hope you will find will check all of those boxes. The presentation on how to craft sustainable social impact initiatives will follow. All right. So, for those of you who have joined this afternoon, I want to talk to you about how to create sustainable impact initiatives. But before that, I'll share with you a little brief bio on myself. So, as I mentioned, I am Dr. Stephanie Ardrey, and I'm the founder and CEO of Zeniverse Wellness Group, which is a global wellness organization that I formed to be able to deliver wellness 1 week at a time through Medispa, which is a unique asset class that I created to not only indicate a different type of experience, an experience that's designed using my background as a real estate developer. So a physical space that is also programmed to deliver unique experiences. These locations are planned for the Caribbean, Italy, and Africa currently, with current locations opening in Jamaica as early as January of 2025, with Italy following and our African markets soon thereafter. We also, in our initiative, occupy the farming space, really wanting to contribute significantly to the Food as Medicine initiative, providing perishable and non-perishable meal kits, tinctures, and tonics, which support our various wellness protocols. Along this journey, as a real estate developer, I was initially introduced to the idea of typically representing a brand that had already been established. But when I looked at those brands and their footprint, in particular in Jamaica and other places around the world, what I noticed was that the brands typically focused on their own business and their own sustainable initiatives. I was moved to do something different. And so when I looked at how I wanted to enter the first country of Jamaica in particular, I thought about how I could contribute and really build out a sustainable ecosystem. So the first thing I did was invested in really learning about that community. And so those are some of the things that I want to share with you is when you think about creating a sustainable organization, what that means and what that looks like. Our organization, Organic Farmers Global, is one of those organizations. But first, what I thought about in terms of creating that organization is what were the needs of the community? I set out an intention to work with and develop entrepreneurs and farmers in Jamaica. And I first realized that farming equipment was one of those areas that there was a significant gap. And so there was a need to mechanize many of the farmers by providing them with access to equipment. Then I began to think about how I could make sure that we could execute in a sustainable fashion. So first, I crafted a business plan from the standpoint of if this needed to be a sustainable organization, whether it was for profit or nonprofit, and I'll touch on that a little bit in a second, what mainly would be the elements that would contribute to its sustainability. In that, I first determined what is the vision for the organization. The initial vision was to train and develop 1 million farmers and entrepreneurs over a decade. That was what I set out to accomplish. And as I began to put together the pieces of the type of organization that would be essential, I looked at, again, where the gaps existed in the marketplace. I realized that it would be great because many of the farmers that I wanted to provide guidance for, the entrepreneurs as well, I recognized that in some of the communities, they lacked access to equipment, training facilities, technology beyond their mobile phones, and really lacked the basic access to the type of information that would be essential and necessary to launch those businesses. So the first thing I did was set out to think about how many farmers would be in a particular marketplace. I became familiar with different organizational associations throughout Jamaica. Remember, that was my first point to see if we could determine a solution. And one of the things I realized was that if I utilized a dealership model where I could identify and provide access to equipment, that in that effort, I could release some of the needs for capital. Now, again, if any of you have heard me speak, you know that I advise organizations and CEOs, founders around developing sustainable organizations. And I began asking a very critical question: who are the customers first? Because without clear understanding of who the customers are, you can spend a lot of time building out a potential organization and opportunity and discover that there's really not a market able to support your initiatives. So first I began to look and see who would be those customers. And I started exploring how then could I create a business model that would support those customers. So I'll tell you a little bit about that next. The next thing I considered was what type of capacity would be essential, not only for our organization, but for these farmers to be participate in an ecosystem and also recognizing the gaps in their particular organizations. Determining what type of capital is required in order to execute on the business plans. So now let me back up and let's talk about structure, because I run across people all the time, especially those of us working in community who have the desire to make a difference. And a lot of times we form a 501c3 organization. The challenge sometimes is that we form those organizations from really a community, need, yet desperation point of view, as opposed to forming those organizations from a position of strength. When you form a 501c3 organization, unless it is you've created a family foundation that you're able to sustain financially, if your organization is only dependent upon outside public donations, then oftentimes you find that organization limited to the wins of the organizations who are supplying the foundational funds for that organization. And too often, there's a lack of true understanding of what development looks like. There's development directors and relationships that need to be crafted, but it becomes a bit of a beauty contest. And so oftentimes when I advise individuals, I say, you have to think about the sources of the funds, because oftentimes when you're interested in providing charitable initiatives, you find that there are groups that care about what it is you're up to, and there are people that contribute to what it is that you're up to so that you're able to execute on those plans. So between a typical focus of the 501c3 as a public organization and a 501c3 that's founded to be a sustainable foundation, what I'm talking about are the distinctions between your typical local community-based 501c3 and, for example, organizations structured as family foundations. So when you hear the Gates Foundation, all of these other types of foundations, Tory Burke foundations, typically those are foundations that are formed because the core profit organization has created an abundance of resources and seeks to allocate a portion of those profits towards an organization to execute on social impact initiatives that are near and dear to that organization, and also are set up to be sustainable. So I know some of you have heard about how the Gates Foundation, for example, was able to tap into resources of other billionaires and ask them to give a pledge and allocate a portion of their wealth towards a giving pledge towards making sure that the Gates Foundation would be sustainable and its ongoing initiatives to support its causes. You hear this and know about this when you hear about pledges, for example, to educational institutions. And a lot of times, these types of pledges are not only executed financially from the proceeds of organizations, but you can also use tools like insurance and other vehicles to support the pledges that you'd like to make so that organizations will be sustainable. So these were the thoughts that I put in place when thinking about the type of organization that we would ultimately form so that my Organic Farmers Global initiative could really become a sustainable organization that would exist. And so that's about, kind of understanding that at some point we will take on that foundational formation. But the first part was to really determine who would be the benefactors of our initiatives and what would be the purpose of ensuring that those organizations existed. So then I began to look at what type of successful business models existed, because my goal was to help these organizations that I'm supporting become sustainable organizations themselves and be able to foster generational wealth. Well, one thing that I know going in is that a 501c3 has limitations in terms of what it is the organization can be formed to do and how that organization is structured for sustainability. Typically, its goal is to offer some type of public benefit. Nothing wrong with that. But I always say you want to make sure that you create the wealth for your family in a way that you can sustain your organization. So create the successful business first. So our goal was to look at what would be a core way that we could impact the farming communities. What I learned was that typically in Jamaica, for example, if you needed access to a tractor, because there is not a sustainable commercial market in terms of financing, then typically a small farmer uses all of the cash that they can acquire to invest in equipment. And although that equipment is great, it's a hard asset, you end up with your cash tied up in that equipment with limited ways to create liquidity. So the first thing I decided was to see if there were ways to change that dynamic. What if we changed the model and were able to provide access to equipment in a rental or leasing model, as opposed to having farmers have to utilize all of their capital and invest in acquiring equipment? And that was kind of the first thing that created a significant difference in our approach to the marketplace. I was able to get enrollment and commitments by other partners. The CEO of Smart Maintenance, for example, Pascal Sharp, joined in on the initiative. His organization provides fleet management and technicians able to maintain equipment. And that became a great conversation for us. He then identified Hello Tractor. Hello Tractor had formed as an organization out of Kenya with the same kind of intention around building value for farmers. And so what Hello Tractor offers are GPS devices that you're able to install on your tractor equipment, for example. And with that GPS device installed, the tractor now is able to be monetized. So if you're a farmer and you own tractor equipment, and you find that the equipment is idle, once it is you've accomplished certain cycles of your harvesting period, and you can monetize that equipment by allowing other farmers access to the equipment. You have a GPS device installed, and that device not only allows for tracking and management and monetizing, but it also provides soils information, which can allow us to create better soil solution to how you're maintaining your soils and improve upon your crop yields and things of that nature to make sure that you're really maximizing your production cycles. So we were able to create this partnership with Hello Tractor. And what we're in the process of launching now are dealerships. And these dealerships will allow us to have an inventory of equipment that is accessible with the Hello Tractor GPS devices installed. We're expanding these dealerships throughout Jamaica and the Caribbean. And we also will be offering this technology and solution for farmers within the U.S. market. At the same time, our partnership with Hello Tractor has grown because Hello Tractor has successfully not only been at this for about a decade, but they have currently over 1 million farmers on the platform representing Kenya, Nigeria, and Ghana, and also expanding into additional markets. So collectively, the initial intention that I set to train and develop 1 million farmers and entrepreneurs has now expanded to that desire to include 10 million farmers and entrepreneurs over the next decade. And some of you may say, well, that's a bold proposition. How do you plan to do that? Well, the great thing is I've spent the last 4 decades training and developing entrepreneurs. Some of you based in the US may have recalled in California in particular, Los Angeles suffered a significant civil unrest following the horrific beating of Rodney King. It became recognized as Rodney King's social impact in South Los Angeles. I was tapped to help entrepreneurs redevelop businesses and, more importantly, be poised to gain capital. And so that initiative allowed me an opportunity at the time. The Greater Los Angeles African American Chamber, Urban League, and Fame Church were given a grant by the Small Business Administration aimed at helping entrepreneurs not only understand what the gaps were to assessing capital, but more importantly, how they could create stronger organizations. And I think in that period, I trained thousands of businesses, but it was because I had a model that I had developed previously. You see, I had a chance to be part of an entrepreneurial solution as a young entrepreneur when I was in my late teens, early 20s. I came out of Oakland, the Bay Area, and I was part of what was considered a youth initiative around entrepreneurship. And so an executive director had created an initiative at a time that young people were locked out of summer employment opportunities. She decided to encourage us to create sustainable businesses. So she formed a different type of model where she brought in thought leadership from those who were occupying corporate spaces, those who had had an opportunity to gain advanced degrees. And so really were instrumental. Many had gone through executive training programs, been trained by some of the best organizations in the world. And then they shared their expertise with those of us young entrepreneurs. And I also had a unique opportunity. I was planning to go to UC Berkeley as a pre-med student, but due to some needs of my mom, I actually was diverted to the Fashion Institute of Design and Merchandising at that time in San Francisco. And I thought it was a frustrating sort of setback, only to realize that the model that that institution was using, where the professors were experts and practitioners in their industry, turned out to be like attending the best graduate school that I could. So I had these two things that contributed significantly to my foundation. I also had launched my first business at 18 years of age, right out of high school, where I was successful in competing for an RFP and won a contract with the California State Library Association, where my role was to set up the operations for the Second Start adult literacy program that was launched in the Oakland Public Library. So while a full-time college student, I was a full-time entrepreneur where I was creating the infrastructure for that organization, everything. How we would answer the phone, how we would engage with volunteers, how the customer experience would go with our outreach to adult illiterates, what the communication, what the space would be like, all the forms that we needed, that entire process I created. And so I've been at this process of understanding the formation of organizations and interfacing with both nonprofit organizations and for-profit organizations for a long time, multiple decades. And with that, being able to not only continue that execution through startup weekends as a professor at the California State University of Los Angeles, on the adjunct faculty team. I was one of the professors participating in Startup Weekend, and then later introduced Startup Weekend to Los Angeles Southwest College. In fact, that's the only place that Startup Weekend was held in an urban, underrepresented community, and it was my leadership to help make that come to life. So I've been passionate about entrepreneurs and making sure that we contributed to entrepreneurs for a long time. Later, as while I was involved with a venture fund out of Orange County, I looked at the surgence again of wanting to create an entrepreneurial ecosystem and recognize the traditional gaps in a lot of those organizations. So I created a sustainable solution, and I decided that I was going to ensure that that solution would be sector agnostic and regionally agnostic, so that you could apply this solution any place you went. And so that became really the thesis that I knew. Based on that thesis, if I could provide access to equipment and training, that I could then train and develop, these 10 million entrepreneurs, because I have a system that I've created and codified, a methodology that I could use, that I could license to other organizations. And really that would focus on making sure that not only did you have a great idea, that you had a great business plan, but when it comes to executing on those business plans, you had the ability to execute. And so the first way of ensuring that execution could be feasible or possible was to make sure that I understood what the gaps were with those organizations. And so I found myself in Jamaica for an extended period of time. Now, let me give you a little bit of insight. I was introduced to Jamaica about 30 years ago. I was still CEO of my advertising and marketing communications agency. And I was looking to move into real estate development, because what I noticed is I had been advising several mayors around the country on economic development opportunities. And what I realized was, after I shared with them these strategies, oftentimes real estate developers would come to the table and be able to execute on the strategies that I suggested and make money. And I was trying to figure out, well, how did they get paid? How are they making money off of my strategies? So I decided I wanted to make money off my own strategies. And I had a colleague, and what they did is they advised the Hyatt company, and they typically developed Hyatt resorts. And so they were working on a Hyatt resort for Jamaica. I had never visited Jamaica at that time, but I had spent time in the Bahamas. I had been a guest when I was, again, CEO of the advertising agency. I had been a guest of the Governor General at that time and his wife, and had taken several trips to the Bahamas and been involved with charitable initiatives. And so I realized I was in love with the islands. And so I had set an intention to make my money in the US and then go and buy islands and develop them. That was a long lead item, a long intention that I set. 30 years later, I'm in Jamaica. I have spent time going to Jamaica, learning about Jamaica. I even had an opportunity to serve on the Economic Council chaired by billionaire Michael Lee Chin in Jamaica for a couple of years, and really get to participate in some of the overall economic development. Well, fast forward, 2020, I was looking at a development possibility in Las Vegas, actually. I was exploring the possibility of developing a casino, and a group had put together about $3.5 billion for that project. And in my gut, I knew that that really wasn't the project that was going to be the best for the legacy that I wanted to leave. But I also found myself struggling with getting access to sufficient capital to execute on my business plans, because by then I developed an outstanding track record as a real estate developer, from having a portfolio of the largest privately held REIT in the nation, where I was on the executive team and I led the development efforts. I had projects that have become known and recognized these days, as far north as San Buenaventura, as far south as the Block at Orange. And our asset class was luxury apartments. And in fact, we exited this REIT where we had over 99,000 doors, a privately traded REIT, and sold it to a publicly traded company. And through that experience, I now was putting together the pieces of the puzzle of what I hoped to execute in my own business plans. And I say this because a lot of times people think that along your journey, that you have all of the expertise you need. There have been times that I recognized that to play at the level that I want to play, that I had to go and gain additional experience and expertise. And so I spent a lot of time investing in both, getting the experience and developing my expertise. And so my last piece of that puzzle in 2020, or in 2019, actually, right after graduating from graduate school with my doctorate in business administration, I wanted to go to law school. So I'd started law school while I was considering launching this casino. And right prior to COVID, I really had decided that, unfortunately, I was not going to proceed. And so a friend of mine was headed to Jamaica for a month. And although I had spent time in Jamaica, I really had never spent more than 2 weeks at a time. And I hadn't thought about the idea of building my next business abroad. I really was focused on building my business in the US and then expanding abroad. But something happened. I went to Jamaica with this friend with the intention to stay for a month, and I found myself staying for 3 months straight. In fact, I didn't want to leave. And if I was Jamaican and if I had Jamaican citizenship, I probably would have stayed. I wouldn't have come back. And I wasn't willing to just marry a Rasta like some other folks do to get to stay. So I started working on a business plan so that I could really find a way to invest in the country. And I remembered my earlier experience of how I wanted to contribute to the ecosystem. And it was through those efforts and my willingness to spend time. You know, those in the country know that The main business infrastructure happens in Kingston. Where I tend to spend my time is what they call the country. So I found myself spending time in the country, on the ground, meeting the local entrepreneurs through Negril, Montego Bay, Ocho Rios, Port Antonio, Portland, just Treasure Beach. I have become a complete fan of the nation of Jamaica, but more importantly, a business plan that I had started putting together around wellness, which, believe it or not, was an idea that I had that had been introduced to me as a young person. All of these things coming together and wanting to make an impact is what really underpinned the Organic Farmers Initiative. Because at the same time, I realized that if I could find a big enough customer, then I could help ensure that these farmers would have a sustainable opportunity. And so that's what I did. Right around the time that I kind of executed these plans, I discovered that this new initiative around food as medicine began to gain traction. And really, that's only been in the last year and a half that we're beginning to see the data that suggests that food as medicine is something of interest. And so what I did is I looked at how then could I create this sustainable opportunity for these organic farmers. I know that I have the tools and the ability to develop them, but then who is that customer? I've recently been studying the success of Jack Ma with his Alibaba, where he created basically a marketplace for small businesses. And so I'm using a similar model to basically create a marketplace for these organic farmers so that they will be able to participate in the global marketplace. Now, typically, an organic farm by nature is a small farm, and that's by design. So you're not going to find a small or a super sized organic farm. What you're going to find is a network, an ecosystem of organic farmers who will be organized with an ability to share their crops, their harvest cycles, and be able to identify their capacity of what it is that they can offer to a marketplace. And although our first focus is to identify B2B, business to business opportunities, we believe that once those business to business opportunities are strong and solid, then we also will look at B2C consumers as well. The concern about the secondary B2C market has a lot to do with logistics and the cost. We want to ensure that when we bring these products to market, that we're able to do so, again, in a sustainable manner and fashion. And frankly, consumers can be very fickle. So I can't put this network in a place of being subject to some of those uncertainties until we've built solid strength throughout these organizations. So our focus is to enter the market and provide B2B solutions by making sure that the organic farming perishable and non-perishable items are available and accessible. So if it is that you have interest in learning more about those initiatives, certainly, you can get more information through my Organic Farmers Global. But for those of you that are really thinking about your own social impact initiatives, what I would leave you with in terms of those thoughts is making sure that when you consider not only the structure of your 501c3, thinking about what is the source? What are the sources of resources that you need in order for that organization to be sustainable? What I mean by that, if your 501c3 is dependent upon, if you are dependent upon the 501c3 as its own source of resources and you are not yet in a position to seed that organization, I would suggest that you look at a for-profit structure and business opportunity first. I often tell entrepreneurs, go make your millions first, then you write the first check to launch your 501c3. It changes the dynamics of the organization and it puts you in a position of strength. That way, you're able to attract other resources. Think again, what type of foundational structure is being followed by legacy families, the Rockefeller Foundations, the Clorox Foundation, these major corporations that form foundations that still have initiatives that support communities and oftentimes support other smaller organizations. They do so because they're able to create sustainable resources and endowments to ensure that they have the resources available to continue to seed their initiatives and also to maintain control. When you go out to market as a typical 501c3, oftentimes it's a beauty contest and it's at the whim of the organizations that are issuing the grants. You're not guaranteed a grant. Oftentimes the grants are very limited. And these days, many granting organizations want you to demonstrate that you have other ways to sustain your organization. Oftentimes you won't be given a grant if you can't demonstrate other access to capital to ensure that your organization exists. And it's not about just creating an organization that is running off volunteerism, although that's great to have volunteers. It's about creating, again, an organization that really is well resourced so that you can accomplish the initiatives that you're setting forth. So when you're thinking about how to create an organization that delivers sustainable impact, make sure that you look at not only the vision of that organization, its mission, what you believe it can truly accomplish, but really think about who or how do you plan to resource that organization? What are the points of capital? How do you plan to get resources into that organization, not only today, but for the foreseeable future? And what are its business plans? Because the key distinction in a 501c3 structure is that you're not creating assets. It's not an organization that is an investment. So you're not going to have capital coming in from an investment standpoint. You're getting capital that's coming in from a donation standpoint. Typically, that's a different bucket than an investment standpoint. I used to explain to organizations, if you're going out for community development grants, that's a great bucket, but it's a small bucket. Whereas if you can align your initiatives with a corporation's business objectives, then now you're talking about a bucket that's far wider and also more sustainable. So when you see organizations that have been able to align themselves with the business initiatives and objectives of corporations in a business way, because you're addressing a particular market segment that's important to the organization, then you find yourself poised and positioned to have a longer life cycle of that organization, a greater sustainability in the ability to execute on the organization's initiatives. In closing, I want you to make sure that you consider, again, am I structuring my organization in such a way that it's sustainable? Are my concerns and initiatives ready right now for a 501c3? Or should I identify a business objective that I can properly form and generate the wealth that I need and then began to ease into forming that foundation. You know, I've had to have this same conversation with my team. We're excited and looking forward to how we can contribute through our Organic Farmers Initiative, but we first have to generate the revenues through our main organization. The organization is Zeniverse Wellness Group. And so through our wellness resorts and our food as medicine initiatives, that is how we create the wealth that then allows us to contribute to our foundational goals and desires. And so I think that, and I hope that, you know, these nuggets, maybe this thought perspective will assist you as you evaluate and structure, you know, your initiatives so that they become far more sustainable. I think it's tragic when we see organizations cease to exist, especially when they're doing, you know, such important work. I was with colleagues yesterday and we were talking about the loss of some organizations, and those organizations remained valuable contributors to community. However, they seem to be limited in their growth and kind of stayed led, focused, directed by a singular individual, as opposed to really becoming sustainable organizations with viable succession plans. And those are the things that become key. So again, I want to leave you with a few thoughts. When you're thinking about how you can make an impact in your communities, and you're looking at the appropriate legal structure, whether you form a for-profit or a not-for-profit organization, I would caution you to consider how you can build first a for-profit business that is sustainable, and then use that vehicle as your tool to helping to fund, finance, and create sustainability in your 501c3 foundation that has the ability to create a sustainable existence in the marketplace. Because I too believe in being able to contribute significantly to humanity. But I understand, because I've seen the successes and failures, sadly, of organizations. I've experienced successes and failures myself. None of us exist in business without those things. And it's oftentimes shifts in the marketplace. You may have customers today, and then those customers are no longer here tomorrow. So
Hello, Dr. Audrey. Thank you so much for sharing all this great information with us today. We definitely appreciate you being here. Just for the audience, can you share with them how they can get in contact with you?
Absolutely. So you can get more information about the Organic Farmers Initiative at www.organicfarmersglobal.com.
All right. Thank you so much. Genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent, interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGaugh and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook for just $199, down from the regular price of $399. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Helen Hicks. I'm your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we have Dr. Stephanie Ardrey, the founder and CEO of Xenoverse Wellness Group, a global wellness organization formed to deliver wellness 1 week at a time through its Medi-Spa-tels strategically planned for the Caribbean, Italy, and Africa. She will be hosting a fireside chat with celebrity chef, dynamic speaker, and one of the most productive health research writers for the generation, Chef Katie Awadu. He is on a powerful mission to spread his unique gospel of perfect health. Audiences are consistently amazed at the depth of health science wisdom that the chef serves up to support his claim that food is nature's most perfect medicine and medicine has never tasted like this before. Everyone, I present to you Dr. Stephanie Ardrey and Chef Katie Awadu.
Hi, thank you.
You're very, very welcome. It's great to have both of you here with us today. Geniuses comment, and I will see you on the other side.
Wonderful. Hey, Chef, how you doing today?
We black and we shine. Very, very grateful for the invitation to once again be a part of the Black Business Olympics and this dynamic network. There's a lot going on that we have to be proud of. At the same time, you and I know there are a lot of serious corrections that we can do to our habitual lifestyle behaviors to fulfill that beautiful short poem, Health is Wealth.
Oh, yes. Well, listen, I'm going to set up our conversation this way. Listen to this, and then we're going to take it away. 2 points. All suffering which afflicts the mind or the body has ignorance for its cause, and all happiness has its basis in clear scientific knowledge. That's part one. I know you have something to say to that.
Absolutely.
Let's continue a little bit more, and then we're going to have a rich conversation. You guys pay attention. This conversation will be rich. Katie is the best. Next. As a nation, we are approaching a crisis in healthcare. In a country blessed with abundant material wealth, we continue to be burdened with a plague of chronic disease. Medical expenses have become overwhelming, and there seems to be no promise of slowing. The problem seems to be baffling, its solution unsolvable. Half of us will die from hardening of the arteries. Another 25% will end our lives with cancer. Millions more are suffering right now with arthritis, respiratory disease, and alcoholism. In the realm of our mental well-being, the situation seems no brighter. However, there exist societies today that have no doctors, hospitals, or sophisticated technological hardware in which lifespan of many of their citizens goes beyond 100 years. Senility is rare, and most demonstrate heightened wisdom in their later years. What can we do to make our lives healthier and our enjoyment of life more fulfilling? Holistic health is shown to mean more than physical or mental fitness. It is a state where one understands the purpose of life. The goal of each of us is to realize who we are and why we are here. To reach these answers, we must go on a journey of exploration and seeking. And by the way, these passages that I have shared came from a book called The Practical Guide to Holistic Health. And let me tell you, just before we begin our conversation, this book was actually published in 1979. What say you, my brother? What say you, my brother?
Well, it's almost as if you've given the basis for the entire conversation in those two excerpts.
That was a goal, man.
Let me get in where I can fit in. And I think the first statement really, the second statement elaborated in great detail on the veracity, the truth of the first statement, is that so much of our biological and mental suffering is due to ignorance. As we live in this era of unrestricted access to information, between the internet, between the libraries, between colleges, between so many sources where we can get life-enhancing information and utilize that, it's amazing that so many people suffer because of lack of information. My people suffer because of, there's a biblical quote, I'm 3/4 of the way through it, but they suffer for lack of information. So what I have pledged my life to do is to be one of those primary sources where people can go if you want to ask a question that enhances one's physical well-being, mental well-being, one's longevity, and our ability to contribute our greatest to a progressive, sustainable society. Then I'm one of the people, I want to prepare myself to be able to answer those questions. And so what do I say? I say, yeah, you've opened up a portal, a door to a tremendous level of understanding. I am hoping that the words of my mouth and the meditations of our hearts do inspire people to traverse that portal, to move into a new era, a paradigm shift in our own individual and collective health and well-being.
And I guess when we talk about this, if we look foundationally, you're right. Not only is there an amazing amount of information, but it almost seems like people have blinders on. And I think that those blinders are because of a mindset. It's almost as if it's an attitude of, don't tell me what I already know because my mind is already made up, or don't give me any new information because my mind is already made up. It's like, it doesn't matter that there's information and resources. I've already made a decision.
Mm-hmm. And when you make this statement, don't tell me because my mind is already made up, that introduces another question. How did your mind get made up? Could there have been some subconscious subliminal manipulation of the thoughts going into your mind over the entire course of your life that have gotten you fixed in a position where in actuality, technically, you're not healthy? So that reminds me of a book that I wrote on mind control. And if I were to attempt to want to have intention of controlling your mind or anyone else's mind, there's only 5 ways I can get into your mind. I can get in through your sense of hearing, your auditory, so your sense of vision, your visual. I can get in through your sense of smell, your sense of taste, and your sense of feeling, kinesthetic. These are the 5 senses. These are the only portals into someone else's mind. So one of the major conclusions I had was the manipulation of the inputs into our cognitive mind over the course of a lifetime have come to shape our understandings of how the world works. And if these inputs are essentially deceitful, not in harmony with the natural order, with natural science, then what we get fixated upon actually becomes what is called maladaptive. We adapt to these inputs and our understanding of these inputs with responses, reactions that actually do not further our best self-interest. This is what the research of Ivan Pavlov, the so-called Pavlov's dogs experiments, it was called the reflex arc. 3 components. And by understanding the reflex arc, we can understand virtually all human behaviors, whether they be properly adaptive or maladaptive. The 3 inputs are cognitive input, eyes, ears, nose, taste, feel. The concept or the organizing of these thoughts, the abstraction of these thoughts, memories, associations, concepts, etc. And then thirdly, we adapt, respond, react to what we've heard, smelled, tasted, whatever, with specific actions that we've learned along the way. That's the reflex arc. Understanding that, I have a key, and I want everyone to understand it, to understand all human behavior, including maladaptive behavior. And when that comes to health, we're talking about our fixed attitudes and concepts about healthcare, about nutrition, about relations, about critical roles of things like hydration and exercise and rest and these other concepts that we have. Some people have come to believe that engaging in these positive behaviors toward wellness and holistic health, as you pointed out, some people have come to believe that there is a detriment in that. And how has that been shaped? Been shaped by the dairy industry, the meat producers industry, the food processors industry, and largely to a great extent now being shaped by the medical pharmaceutical drug complex through never-ending advertisement of these drugs.
Oh my goodness, a lot in that, but that's exactly what it's all about. My earlier career began in advertising, and I remember when I was in college, we were introduced to this book called Clam Plate Orgy. And what the book illustrates was not only the subliminal messages in advertising, and I was asking someone, I said, pay attention to going to a grocery store, for example, with a newborn, a toddler, baby not old enough to be enrolled in any kind of preschool or anything, a 1, 2, 3-year-old in your basket. Go down a cereal aisle and look at that baby reaching for certain products. Why would that baby have an awareness to be reaching for those particular products? Well, think back to where you've placed that baby in front of what idiot box and what that baby is consuming in between cartoons that you think are harmless. No, they're filled with messaging and commercials and imaging that is basically programming your baby before your baby is able to actually have a conversation. They're already choosing products.
Mm-hmm. And many do continue. I'm listening.
And drive down any street near any fast food, and you smell the air filled with the scent of the poisons that are being prepared.
Mm-hmm. That's right. And so you're talking about the smells and the sights and ultimately the sounds. And these are the windows into our minds. So we have to understand this process. So therefore, we become restrictive about what we allow into our conscious mind, or better yet, allow into our subconscious mind, so that we can ultimately become what the poem Invictus encouraged us to become, the captains of our soul, the masters of our fate. We know what to do, but we do have to understand that the momentum of society is not good for us at this particular point. One of the tragic outcomes of a socially engineered society that's contrary to holistic health and wellness is the high levels of overweight and obesity that plague the world's richest, most technologically developed societies. And when we look at United States spends on health and medical research and development, America spends twice as much as the next 11 nations in the OECD, the wealthy group of nations, spend collectively, average them out, America spends twice that much. But in the ranking of those same OECD nations, out of 35 countries, American satisfaction with their health and healthcare system ranks 37 out of 38. So we've gotten to spending a whole lot of money on a system that has delivered a very unhealthy population. And that's quite simply, it is unsustainable. We've got to change or else we may all perish.
But people are not. I had a conversation with someone, I think I may have mentioned this before, who told me that they've invested in their health care. And I'm like, what health care? It's sick care. But like the obvious, you walk around during COVID, I had the opportunity to spend a lot of time traveling, which was great. And what I noticed is all the different airports, and more importantly, the planes, how big the passengers are. And in some cases, passengers almost needing 2 seats. Just to fit on a plane, especially if they're in coach, and not first class, right? The size, and almost as people fail to recognize the fact that that is not normal. It's like they created social messaging to say, well, don't talk about me. Don't, fat shame me. And it's like, I'm not fat shaming you. I'm looking at you and wondering why you don't recognize that there's something wrong. I had a comment with someone who said to me something to the effect of, they only cheat every now and again on their consumption of certain things that are not good. And I said, stop telling yourself that story. Don't say that to me anymore. Say that to me with a measurement of your waistline, because I'm looking at your waistline, and your waistline is proving you to be making a false statement. Your waistline keeps expanding. So you could not only be consuming these things on occasion.
So that brings us back to your initial point. We have this contradiction between people's perception of reality and the actual measurable data-based reality that we can conform to. And I like to use hard science as much as possible to be able to show people. And this idea you talked about, fat shaming and the social stigmatizing of segments of the population that goes on, that is a problem. There's no doubt that is a problem, because everyone is on this planet for a reason, for being, and all of us need to live up to that. But at the same time, we have to look at the hard reality. So in getting beyond this idea of being accused of fat shaming, what I did in one particular report that I put out, I used visual images of one group. I used one sorority group, the Kappas, I believe they are, Alpha, Kappa, Alpha, and excuse me if I'm not really up on this, but I used one group over the course of 5 generations. I collected photos because this is one of the best organized of the black sororities in America. I used 5 generations of photographs of them, beginning really from the 10s and 20s. I compared them to photographs from the 40s and 50s, and then a third set of photographs from the 60s and 70s, and the last set from the 20s, the teens and 20s. When we compare these groups of women taking their collective photographs on college campus at relatively the same age, it was undeniable that with each generation, the women who were part of this dynamic sorority were getting bigger every 20 years or so. So now we can compare ourselves against ourselves. Hopefully, people can accept the reality that this cannot continue in the same direction at the same pace, because in 4 more generations, there may not be any women left, because they will have succumbed to the 33 known diseases and disorders that are associated with overweight and obesity.
Oh, and we see that. I mean, we were talking about the early onset dementia for the age group of 30 to 45-year-olds. That's one thing, that part of it. But even just, I was looking at the opportunity in this, what we talk about, the food as medicine space. And I was in an earlier segment discussing the social impact initiative around the organic farmers and saying how I looked to see who customers would be. What I found really interesting is even organizations that seek to provide better alternatives. If you say, let's look at the food, let's provide better food options, they have admitted that they can't even just provide better food alternatives, that the people will not take the better food alternatives without having, they have to have personal coaches to teach them and hold their hands to be willing to make change. That is how effective the marketing has been done, that it is no longer a conscious choice. I hear people telling themselves as they talk themselves into their same old behaviors. They
That's
just
right.
try it.
Yeah. And so much of these behaviors now are being shaped, as we alluded earlier, by subliminal programming through mass media and communications. I like using this example because I think it's very illustrative and it's easy for anyone who does this experiment to confirm what I'm saying. We have this new spate, and it's not so new now, it's been existing for over 10 years, of pharmaceutical drug advertisements ubiquitous across all of the media, social media, broadcast media. And there's a formula there. And most people don't recognize the formula. So just to describe it in brief, they come on, they show a person with which the audience is intended to sympathize with, empathize, associate with. And they say, well, I have this problem, and this problem is disrupting their life. It could be weight, it could be diabetes, it could be cardiovascular, could be autoimmune disorders, skin disorders. And then they say, well, we have a solution. So they start to talk about their solution. There comes a part of these articles, because they're mandated by the Food and Drug Administration to give warnings of possible side effects. I know you're very familiar with the process. But what I had discovered over 10 years ago, and I've been telling everyone about it, watch what they do visually when they give you the auditory input of the side effects. So they'll show you, they'll talk about the drug, we have the benefit. Now they're going to give you the warnings, could cause elevated blood pressure, thoughts of suicidal ideation, whatever. But when they start to give you the audio of the dangers of taking this drug, watch the visuals. The visuals immediately turn to puppies running in the grass, butterflies. Very key ingredient that they frequently do is they go, as soon as the warnings start, they go into slow motion. So everything is a distorted perception. Hey, I studied hypnotism. I recognize these techniques is to distract you so that the brain opens up the subconscious mind to try and give some continuity of meaning to all of this. I use this example. You and I are walking through the woods. You're out ahead of me some distance. All of a sudden, this big loud roar you hear. Ah! And what is your immediate reaction? Most people say, I would run away. But that's not the most immediate reaction. The most immediate reaction is our eyes turn to where we perceive the sound came from, because we're looking for a visual confirmation of an auditory input. And when your eyes turn to that area, you see it's so here's over here Chef Kitty acting like a fool, hollering like a bear, or it might be a TV screen or a movie screen showing a bear on the screen, and your eyes immediately confirm this is not a danger, while the audio said distinctively it is a danger. How does this apply to the TV commercials? I tell people, next time you see one of these familiar pharmaceutical advertisements come on television, close your eyes as soon as they start talking about the warnings, and I can guarantee you're not going to take that drug after only listening to the warnings and not listening to them while watching images of butterflies, babies laughing, and puppies running through the grass.
Oh, in addition to that, they speed up the audio at the same time, right? So that it almost goes into a whole chanting format as well. You can barely distinguish what's being said. Right?
Yeah. They used to do that, but now they just give you just a partial list, and they don't give you, because I've read the manufacturer's warnings on their sites. And they could never fit all of these warnings in one commercial. That would be the entire commercial. So, but yes, you're right. The distortion of the audio, the distortion of the video causes your brain to come confused and try and resolve why are these things distorted. That opens up the subconscious mind, and then the commercial speaks very deeply to your subconscious mind. They got the process down.
Oh, by design, by design. You know, I realized very early on in my journey in the advertising world that you really can influence behavior and that people become creatures of habit. And we've heard this over and over again. Once we get the behavior set, then the people will continue to choose the same thing. They will not break their connection to that behavior. They're an autopilot.
That's right.
Kind of like how we're told about even something as simple as driving. If you drive the same way every single day, every single time, you no longer are paying attention. And that's why there's the highest level of accidents right in your neighborhood. You need to break that yourself from that trance. But oftentimes people won't. I can't believe that people could sit in front of an idiot box. I mean, when I turned it on just to get a certain amount of information, what I find myself, if I'm trying to just get news or just, see what's happening, the stocks in the morning, I turn the audio off. I don't want to hear the commercials.
Yeah. Well, you have an active defense system that you have probably perfected over the course of many, many years and pushed it into place to defend your subconscious mind from subliminal assault. Congratulations. We encourage more people to be like that.
Yeah, you have to. You have to guard your ear gates. We've been told that. Why is it that we have two ears and one mouth? Because stuff is constantly, and it's amazing because I've had conversations with Gen Xers or millennials who believe that they're not being marketed to. And it's like, oh my God, you're being marketed. It's become ubiquitous with their existence. They can't even distinguish their existence because it's so much part of their existence that they don't recognize it. And, constantly being attracted or distracted by the devices and why and what that's all about. And how that's controlling, again, your mind and your behaviors. And then all of these other ills that are manifesting, but really making people lose connection to the awareness of their realities.
That's right.
And you're right. When you use the example of the sororities, I ask people, take out a picture of yourself 20 years ago. You notice any major differences in terms of your aging process along your journey? Are you aging the way that you really intend to age?
And did you have a plan for aging the way that you are aging? The reason I like this comparison over the generations is that we essentially see women at the same stage in their life. If they're a college sorority, generally they're going to be in their late teens to mid to late 20s during that time period. And we can see that this is an intergenerational change. When we look at these young women from 1940s, and that would be grandmama's college years, maybe great grandmama's college years, and then compare them to the 2020s, there's distinctively a much larger expansion of our body physiological type. Now, that is not to denigrate people who happen to be on the thicker side of their being, but at the same time, we realize this is getting out of control, and we don't seem to have a plan to make sure that the next generation gets a chance to build on the best of what we've done. See, with these sororities, they will constantly and rightly say, we're building upon the legacy. Well, now this legacy is increasing overweight and obesity, and among all of the ethnic groups and the ethnic subgroups in America, it is unfortunate that Black women have the highest rate of overweight obesity in the United States of most of the highly developed and wealthy nations in the world. I heard Dr. Price, I can't think of his name, Dr. You know who I'm talking about. He's a big hit on the internet. Make the statement that American black women, or Americans in general, are the fattest, sickest, most obese people in history. That's actually not true. I do the scientific research and study. America on, if we were put together various lists, America ranks 10. Most of these other nations with higher rates of obesity would be Pacific Island nations, where it's part of a long cultural acceptance, but at the same time, they have been forced out of their indigenous natural ways of living and eating into more modern styles because of colonization and the use of those populations as consumer dumps for American manufactured food products.
Oh, exactly. And a lot of times that's the other part of it is when you think about it, again, your choices. I made someone a little bit upset, again, in talking about a selection of something that I only deal with on occasion. And I said, send me the ingredients. Let's talk about the ingredients. No thought, I had a lady stop me in the grocery store. I was looking at the ingredients of a product, and after I read the ingredients, I put the product back on the shelf, and she says, "Oh, I was about to buy that. Why did you put it back?" And so I pointed out the ingredients, and I said, "It's ingredient number 3. Why don't you Google that?" And it'll take you straight to the CDC website. And that particular ingredient specifically is not intended to be ingested. So why is it being used as the filler? And since it's ingredient number 3, that means that there's a large quantity of it in this particular product. I said, you don't even have to get to 5. Just look at the first 1, 2, 3 ingredients. And when you start seeing at number 3, an ingredient that you cannot pronounce, that you have to look up and find, then that's telling you something. In this case, I looked at the ingredients and it was ingredient number 1, number 2, number 3, all the ingredients. I'm like, forget getting to ingredient number 3. Let's start with ingredient number 1.
That's right. And it brings us back to the top of our conversation where we talked about ignorance leading to this catastrophe of health, where science-based evidence and data confirm it. As you say, use a search engine. I don't Google anything because I'm in kind of a war with the Alphabet Corporation. But there's some dynamic search engines out there one can use. My favorite is called Brave. It's a beautiful browser, and they do not sell your data and undermine your privacy. But, search engines are ubiquitous. You can pull your phone out in the middle of the store, and nowadays the phones are getting so sophisticated with AI integrated into them, you can basically take a picture of it, and it can give you a report in just a few seconds on the quality of that for your body. So there's no reason for us to be subjected to being exploited anymore unless there is some means of subconscious collaboration, cooperation with the destroyers of our health and well-being. One might even point to what was called the Stockholm Syndrome, where we begin to empathize, sympathize, and associate with those who have kidnapped and hurt us all along.
Oh my goodness. And so it seems that really is a combination of what's going on and the fact that the messaging is nonstop. We thought about, if we look back the history of messaging that has been banned from TV. Remember, there used to be a time that spirits companies would advertise and they said, oh, the spirits are too harmful. So they removed them from television. That didn't stop you from finding access to spirits. I remember early in my career, those were some of the clients that I represented in the marketing space. And I remember a few people saying, well, you represent these brands. And I'm just like, yeah, but I don't consume. I don't consume the product. It's just business. But I also realized that I didn't really want to be a part of that. I was saying the same thing confronted me again in wanting to launch my development company and finding that there was an opportunity to develop something that, at the core, I really didn't want that to be part of my legacy. So I had to, kind of go back to the drawing board and figure out. And what I'm finding is that the product that would have been more harmful, there's far more support for that product than the engagement and support of the product that is helpful.
The remedy.
Wow. I
Mm-hmm.
floored that the amount of folks who absolutely need what it is that I'm offering, who are so uninterested in that, such to the degree that in order to even attract capital, to even identify customers, I've had to move beyond the people who I thought as the primary benefactors of this solution. I'm thinking, well, maybe they just don't know. So maybe if I educate them and if I provide access to, and I figured out how I could provide access to and how I could make it, an immersive, inclusive experience so that I could guarantee that they could get outcomes. And then I thought about, well, what about when they go back home? How can I continue that wellness, healing? Like I spent the time to figure out all of these things to mitigate any gaps, right? Not working.
Yeah. Well, we have to accept that we have become co-collaborators of our own self-destruction, and it's become somewhat a default process. I think that health and wellness, well-being, nutrition, lifestyle is a great place for us to kind of cast down our lot where we are, as Booker T. Washington said, and begin to engage the paradigm shift. It's a wonderful time for a paradigm shift, especially with regarding health and wellness, especially as we recognize two trends. Number one, the trend towards degenerating health and wellness is bringing down our subgroup of the nation and bringing down the nation, while at the same time, the global outlook, the future of health and wellness economy on this planet, as you and I have engaged this conversation multiple times, is brilliant. It's bright. $3 trillion of new annual economic activity opening up in this field of health and wellness. Well, if you know 3.5 years in advance where $3 trillion a year is going to appear in the world, the only question is how much of that $3 trillion will my master plan capture, so that I can empower myself, my family, children, children's children, our people, and empower the very nation we live in.
Oh, absolutely. It's so true. And when we think about this, so often we find ourselves dealing with people who are very much reactionary, as opposed to being able to recognize that data. And it's like, why? And someone, I saw this post on social media the other day. It was really like a slap in the face, but the truth. And you and I can talk about this as we lead into, the holiday season where families, but here's what the post said to the effect. If America was to offer reparations to Black Americans, Gucci and all the Gucci and Mercedes and everybody else would become the major benefactors, because that would be the first thing that our people have been conditioned to do, is go and give their money to all of these other brands rather than investing dollars in their own communities. And
you're talking about luxury consumerism.
Luxury consumerism. It'd be suddenly like, I've got a windfall, so let me go and repurpose, which somebody said, well, yeah, that's exactly, there's nothing to lose with giving reparations, because most of it is going to come back, in 24, 48, give it 72 hours and you'd have it all right back.
Based upon the verifiable fact that at current, we're talking about Black people in America who would be the recipients of this compensation for stolen labor and other grievances that have to be repaired. They, at this group, particular point right now, 3.06 million Black-owned businesses in the United States collectively produce only about $200 to maybe $213 billion of goods and services, while the group of African Americans spends $1.8 trillion annually in consumerism. So just compute those numbers. That means for every $9 we spend in consumerism, our businesses produce $1 of products and services. So that guarantees Your money goes out just as fast as it comes in because you haven't created the capture devices for your own consumption.
Oh, and even take that further, again, when we're talking about wellness and truly investing in your wellness, right?
Mm-hmm.
Folks are like, no, 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 no. It's Thanksgiving time. It's Christmas time. I can't make any decisions about my wellness. I need to take care of all of these other things. And so I said, I remember when I was a young entrepreneur and I wanted to provide solutions to smaller businesses because I'd had the pleasure of working with Fortune 500 companies. So I'd really learned from category leaders how to exist in business as a category leader. So I wanted to take and share that information. And I remember people saying, no, 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 we don't pay for that. We don't pay for advice. We don't pay for that. And I said, wow, how sad. You won't pay me now, but by the time you decide that you want to engage with me, it'll cost you more. Be on your way out. And as I said to someone else about their wellness, I said, oh, okay, I remember. You're going to call me up when you have 1 foot on a banana peel and 1 foot in your grave. Then you want me to deliver a miracle. Well, it's a little bit too late then.
That's right. That's right. It's never too late as long as you wake up and inhale and exhale. We can engage those processes. I often talk about the 7 principles of optimal health. Begins with the breath, with hydration, nutrition, rest, exercise, detoxification, and the mind-body-spirit matrix. And it's never too late to engage 1, 2, 3, or all 7 of those processes and buy ourselves time. But the reality is, it's what the reality is. And the statistical data is very pessimistic when you take it all to heart. Just one example of which. The oldest records of cancer we see appearing on the planet come from the Nile Valley civilization, where we have Imhotep at the beginning of this whole expanses of the dynastic periods, and we have the definitions of cancer already showing up. When the scientists go back and examine what remains and relics they can for determining the rate of cancer in ancient Egypt society, it was 2 out of every 400. 1/4. It was 2 out of every 400. 1/4 of 1% was the prevalence of cancer in that society. 1/4 of 1%. Fast forward to 1900. In the United States, after the Industrial Revolution, the ratio of cancer is 1 out of 24. 1 century later, in the year 2000, the incidence of cancer is 1 out of every 6. In 2018, it reached 1 out of every 3. As of today, it has crossed 2 out of every 4. 41% of Americans are expected to be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime. We understand then that cancer is a modern disease and is caused by environmental factors that have been changed that are essentially epigenetic. They're altering the DNA and the functioning of the DNA. And I can also conclude from that if I know all of this, if I know that Nobel Prize winning Otto Warburg won his Nobel Prize in 1931 for defining what caused cancer, then that realize that the societal institutions that are supposed to be protecting us from cancer are either dysfunctional or they are essentially a fraud. I say they are both.
Yes, they are definitely both. But to think about it, it's about the devices. I find myself, saying and being aware of my, how many people have ear pods in their ears and they leave them in nonstop?
Mm-hmm.
Is that affecting something? Absolutely.
Yes, it is.
All the time.
Mm-hmm.
Nonstop. It's like, hello, they have their phone in their pocket, on their chest. And it's like, hello, are you paying attention to the things that you're doing? I started storing my phone outside of my room. Sleep in the same room with that phone.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we use device. Yes, I realize we're using all of these things, but being consciously aware of how can I mitigate some of the use. But then where are the 5G and the other devices being installed You look at, all during COVID, what were they doing? Adding cameras, adding 5G connection points so that they could accelerate. And you notice, if you look historically, all of those different increases of use of different types of technology, also the side effect were people becoming ill who were around those particular locations. When I go around power centers and I think, wow, the people that live right around, why would I want to live around? Or people, we were talking about homes being built right adjacent to the freeway. Think of all of those toxins that you're breathing in right next to the freeway all day, all night. And people just seem to be unaware of these environmental hazards and the contributions to the toxins that their bodies are now consuming and taking in. Someone asked me about, well, what happens at your wellness resort? And I said, yeah, you could bring your device, but trust me, you're really not going to be engaged with it. There's no televisions in your room by design. There are boxes to store your devices in by design, so that you disconnect. And what you begin to experience is a clarity in thought.
That's right.
Clarity in existence. And so if we take you from as many of these toxins, people used to say, oh, well, just why don't you do it? I cannot control enough of the environmental factors to help shift the toxins that you've consumed out of your system enough without taking you to a place that is devoid of those types of toxins to the degree you control.
That's right. You reminded me during that tirade, you reminded me of the essence of one of the great scientists of the 20th century, Dr. George Washington Carver. And we do know from a record of his achievements, accomplishments, innovations, he was indeed one of the great scientists of the century, if not of this nation's history. But he had a practice that he engaged in every day. He said, in the mornings, I would go for a walk through the forest or through the woods, and I would listen to the voice of God speaking to me from the plants. And that is exactly what you just described. We need to reconnect with our great mother, Mother Nature, Mother Earth, because in that essence, our symbiosis with the elements of Mother Earth and of nature, the voice of God speaks to all of us and can instruct and guide us to do the right thing. I don't want to offend anyone, but for me, the opposite of the natural voice of God speaking through the plants and through nature and through water, the opposite of that is going to an edifice once a week for an hour or or two and having someone on the podium stamp and holler and pound on the book and try and drill into us religious traditions that were inherited from the very same people who stole the essence of our humanity through the process of enslavement. I can't go for that. No can do.
No can do. And that's one that's definitely, we should take a deeper dive, but even a topic that's probably even more being discussed, this idea of global warming. And so I said, again, as with many things, that is a man-made creation as well, because I noticed in my community that they were going through and replacing the grass with rocks. And I remember walking past the transition of where these new rocks were in place and noticing the increase in heat.
That's right.
I said, oh my gosh, and even when the landscapers were out there, there was this patch that was right adjacent to my home, and I would ground in every day. And I remember the guys were watching. They didn't even want to dig it up the day that I guess they thought I was going to attack them while they were out there, because I was, grounding. And I think they kind of felt bad, but they didn't have a consciousness and they didn't have any control over their requirement to remove the grass. And it's like, nobody's paying attention to this. Nobody's talking about this. And so,
well, when people do pay attention, they're called conspiracy theorists or accused of misinformation, disinformation, but there is a lot of merit into what you're talking about.
Oh, we see it. When you go to an urban city that's a concrete jungle, it's
Mm-hmm.
hot. Why
That's
is
right.
that? Where is the moisture? It's dry. Where is the moisture? Where are the trees, the vegetation?
The natural carbon sinks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Usually, and just as I was saying in the example of these homes in places, environments, usually there would be a hedge of forestry between a freeway, for example, and a residential community.
Mm-hmm.
In
Now
higher
there's just a solid brick wall.
in higher price communities, you don't see that. You didn't
Mm-hmm.
have that. Where do they run the transit? In lower economic communities for a
Mm-hmm.
reason, because you want to be secure and have a hedge of forestry protect
Mm-hmm.
you from all of the toxins that vehicles and all of these things create immediately adjacent to where you're living and breathing and eating.
That's right. Well, we're here to point out alternatives that people can employ. And I want to make sure we just livocate enough time to let the people know about the things that they can do. I often talk about the 7 principles of optimal health. Learn how to use the breath as a positive, life affirming tool. Learn how hydration, water is life. 3 simple words: water is life. At death, most people begin the dehydration process. In fact, I've proven this when I've gone to see people who were said to be at their deathbed. Just the whole time I'm there, this was with my grandfather was the case. He was dehydrated, terribly dehydrated, and suffering in terrible pain. So the entire time I'm there, I'm first giving him water as much as I can. And then the best I could find was these like insured products. The only thing I could find without making a trip to go buy the supplies I needed. Get this into him so he can have some protein with the hydration. Hydration. Nutrition is critical. Our whole conversation could just be on nutrition. Exercise, rest, detoxify the body. You had mentioned earlier this high
Thank
level.
you, Dr. Ardrey and Chef Awadu, for sharing your expertise on the show. Thank you so much. Can you share with the audience how they can contact each of you?
Yes. Oh, quickly, and then Doc, you can wrap it up.
Go ahead.
Do check me out, Keidi, KEIDI.biz. And you can also look at chefkeidi.com. That's where you'll find me, and we can continue this powerful dialogue.
Absolutely. And for me, it's Zenoverse, ZENOVERSE, wellnessgroup.com, and Organic Farmers Global at ORGANICFARMERSGLOBAL.com.
Thank you so much, both of you. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise...
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Helen Hicks. I'm your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today we come back to Dr. Stephanie Ardrey, the founder and CEO of Xeniverse Wellness Group, a global wellness organization formed to deliver wellness 1 week at a time through its MediSpa Tels TM, strategically planned for the Caribbean, Italy, and Africa. Her firm is also in the farming space, offering food as medicine, perishable, non-perishable meal kits, tinctures, and tonics supporting the various wellness protocols. Xeniverse Wellness Group is pioneering wellness resorts that combine real estate, hospitality, organic agriculture, and med tech to deliver transformative health outcomes. Welcome back, Dr. Stephanie Ardrey.
Hi, thank you.
Very welcome. So glad that you're here and sharing all this great information with us today. So why don't we get started? I have a two-part question for you. What inspired you to create Xeniverse Wellness Group, and how did your vision for wellness resorts take shape?
Very great questions. Thank you so much. Well, what inspired me to launch Xeniverse when I did is I'd actually started working on a business plan. I'm a real estate developer by profession. And before that, I'd been a CEO of an advertising and marketing communications agency where I was advising mayors of cities on economic development initiatives. And what I noticed was after providing those recommendations that those plans became the foundation for real estate developers to then come in and execute their various plans. And I was a little bit trying to figure out, well, how are they making money off of my intellectual, IP? So that was kind of part of the formation. And really, as a real estate developer, you tend to enter the space where you have a specialty. Mine was a mixed use developer. And what I noticed when the financial markets collapsed between 2008 and 2010, it was around the asset class of residential, of housing. Yet other sectors were not impacted in the same way. I noticed in the medical space, there was still opportunities. And it was time to think about what else or how I could diversify my experience to include something in the medical space. And so it was kind of two competing ideas that came together.
Awesome. So can you describe the concept of wellness 1 week at a time and how it's reflected in Xeniverse offerings?
Absolutely. So originally, I would say I looked back and my first introduction to this idea of holistic well-being was when I was 9. My mother bought a house and we had to furnish it with everything. And I remember at that point, she was going to learn how to cook. And so she decided to buy, my elementary school was having a book sale. And so she bought 2 books at that book sale. She bought a book, a soul food cookbook, and she bought a book called Back to Eden. And Back to Eden became the kind of foundation of what my family fondly referred to me as a foo-foo cooker, because I became really more interested in making sure that whatever I prepared was good for you, looked good to you, and tasted good to you. So fast forward, I followed her intentions that influenced not only my decisions, and of course, later when I had my own son, I watched how my decisions around nutrition for him allowed him to, come into adulthood, never having had a cavity in his life. Having a beautifully formed and structured body and all of those things. But then I also recognized that sadly, my mother passed early, 48, took a nap, had a brain aneurysm, and then my father died early, soon thereafter. So when I was going through my own healing journey at the loss of both of my parents so young, I found that because of my desire to perform, had taken on some behaviors around managing high stress. And so I found when I went to Jamaica for my first time that staying for a week and a half was my first visit. What I allowed myself to experience began to transform and heal my body. But again, initially, I thought that was just a fluke. I thought it was just something that, just happened. And it was only in 2020 when I spent 3 months straight in Jamaica that I really realized that it wasn't a fluke, but there was something magical about the healing, but more importantly, that you really needed a minimum of a week to really experience enough of a transition that your body started to notice that you've done something that really is making a difference in the outcomes. And so that's when I said, I could just be a hoteler and I could just have people come and go. But me, my normal way, I'm a taskmaster and I'm really about outcomes. And so I wanted to confidently say that we really are able to contribute to people's well being. And I wanted to really help them along that journey. So when I codified our protocol, I said we must have a minimum of 1 week. And that's validated by our guests.
Awesome. So how does Universe's vertically integrated model benefit guests and set your wellness resorts apart?
Absolutely. So our free phase one, again, I'm a ground up real estate developer, and normally I would start, with raw land and build ground up. What I identified was an opportunity to enter the market by acquiring assets that could be repositioned into wellness resorts. And so how I source those locations is I look at environmentally rich, adjacent or located on organic farms or beachfront locations that allow access to healing mineral baths, mineral locations, organically available fruits, vegetables that you're going to consume, access to our tinctures, our tonics, herbalists, functional medicine physicians, and really understanding the idle methods of food preparation that the Rastas follow. So I basically incorporated all of those different elements as well as non-invasive med technologies that help to accelerate your natural reproduction, for example, of cells. A lot of people have talked about of late about, stem cell and all of these different things, and that's fine. For me, my goal was to create a path of non-invasive treatment protocols where I didn't have to risk you taking in something or you being, infused with something foreign, because I have a certain, belief and data around foreign substances and the potential for things to, create other side effects that I didn't really want to explore in our environments. So we focus on non-invasive treatment protocols. And using food as medicine and really understanding various herbal remedies. And again, we don't use a one size fits all approach. We're able to customize our approach by understanding what's happening in your body. And we can do that through non-invasive methods to help you understand how your organs are performing. And in fact, for me, that's what we did. I had this assessment. I received about a 40-page review of how all of my organs were performing. In fact, I learned that not only was stress, excessive cortisol being released, but it was already beginning to impact my brain and hair dye. Now think of it. How many people use hair dye? And that was
definitely
my
use it.
brain. Exactly. And so again, not knowing until the poison has really taken hold in your body. And then now guess what you have? A cancer prognosis. Why? Because of all the toxins that you've been consuming. It was that same awareness that caused me to now I'm thinking almost maybe a decade ago, stop using deodorant, over-the-counter deodorants, stop using perfumes. I had a lot of I don't use and consume those things and allow them, on my body, because I know that they go into your system. And I know that the source of many of those things are not meant to be ingested in your system. And so it's kind of all of those things that, go into not only integrating our protocols, but looking for natural ways to make sure that what it is, I say that we are invested in the seeds to souls. So that whole life cycle of what it is you're consuming, we're invested in ensuring that that is as pure as it can be based on the environment and the ingredients that we're providing.
Okay. So can you elaborate a little bit more on just how the organic agriculture and medtech are integrated into the resort experience?
Yeah, so what happens typically when a guest comes to our resort, our first location, for example, was just recognized by TripAdvisor as the third best food destination in the world. And that's from years of offering a farm to table dinner experience, a 6-course meal and dining experience. What we decided to do was in embarking upon this location because of its organic farm element, adding our wellness on top of that experience. And so what that allows is all of your meals, you're eating from an organic farming environment, number one. If you're experiencing a tea to detox your body, well, it came from the farm. When you are in the spa, most people, when you travel, you may have a spa massage one day. We've created an all-inclusive experience where you're going to have 5 days of spa treatments. Every day you're going to the spa and you're going to have spa treatments. And in that spa, you're having your, traditional massage therapies, but we also use a technology called Camera. And so you're going to have your Camera treatment as well. And again, these are adapted to your particular needs. So we know that by the time you leave our resort, we've shifted several things. We've detoxed your body. We've started to have your body respond to phytonutrient good food. Again, we wouldn't be the third best food destination in the world if the food is not good. People coming from all over the world. So the food is great. And then at the same time, we've helped to jumpstart the acceleration of your cells being recreated. Because a lot of times people don't realize our bodies are continually generating new cells, but it all depends upon what is the environment that you're in as those cells are being reproduced in terms of how healthy they are. If you're in a stressful, toxic mindset, then sadly, your cells are too being regenerated, but they're sick cells. If you're in a wellness environment, your cells will begin to be regenerated, but they're healthy cells. And so what we want to do is speed up the production of healthy cells by jumpstarting your body along that path. And again, so far, what the feedback is, in fact, one of our most recent couples left, the husband said, listen, if I could just tell people what to do, please don't try to stay less than a week. And in fact, you really want to be here 2 weeks. Don't cheat yourself. Don't cheat yourself. You'll be mad. You'll be mad because you'll notice the difference. And typically, again, guests within 24 to 48 hours. In fact, I had one person who was the fastest. Literally, she landed and she was just on her way to the resort. It was like, oh my God, I'm already rebooking my return. In fact, I'm figuring out how can we afford to buy. Another lady called her husband after 48 hours. Honey, we really need to explore retirement. How can we get a retirement home wherever Dr. Steph is building? We want to be able to be adjacent to her resorts, and she needs to create, timeshare or whatever experience, share fractional ownership opportunities. But we need to definitely follow and be a part of this because this is going to contribute to our longevity.
Great. So I know you shared some of the specific outcomes, but could you just reiterate some of those specific outcomes that, guests will achieve being in the Xenoverse?
Sure. Well, it depends again on where a person is. We like to say that we speak to a few different populations. Our segments are typically specific of who's consuming in this space. What we've noticed is that right now, for example, Jamaica is teeing up for peak season. Peak season begins through December and runs through March. That's when really the European market takes over. And if you understand European markets, families there are very much invested in their wellness and well-being. In fact, the sector, the global market, represents over a $5.2 trillion market right now. So when I hear people say to me, well, I don't know what this is, and it's like, I know you don't, because you're really not a consumer, and it's no problem. I am basically introducing an opportunity that you normally wouldn't elect. And I don't mean it in a mean way. I mean it in a factual way. I can look at you and tell that you're sick, as we have been saying lately, sick AF, and you don't even know it. In the next 3 to 5, you might not even get to 10 years before it begins to manifest what I already see. It's just your lifestyle choices and behavior, and it's decisions that are informing that particular behavior. But what we see, we've had Alzheimer's patients, early dementia patients, and basically that's type 3 diabetes, sugar on the brain. So when someone is detoxed from the sugar, it begins to change their cravings for sugar. If you try to detox yourself and you don't understand the time necessary, I was with a group yesterday and we were talking about detoxing, and someone said, well, I couldn't go past 24 hours. And it's like, well, then you really haven't gotten to the benefits of the detox. And so for you to then say that it didn't work, of course it didn't work, because you didn't work. You didn't work long enough to begin those benefits. And so many of the different protocols I have tried myself. And I would say that what I realized when I really decided that this was going to be a go, I had an opportunity. I was over in London and I did a detox. And I remember this one was a reasonably aggressive detox. But what it did was it cleansed everything from the pituitary glands down. And it got all of the mucus and all of the things that I didn't even realize was in my system. And again, what I'm saying is sometimes you don't realize you're creating the environment, the toxic environment in your body that is attracting certain parasites. And you will not realize it until it manifests into illness, dis-ease. We're saying, let's be proactive and preventative. Why wait till you have disease? Detox before getting to disease. And so I've continued a practice of different detoxes with that in mind. I remember that one was really beneficial. And I noticed that I felt like a brand new, my brain, the clarity, the energy, just a complete reset. And in this process, I transformed my body back to my 26-year young body in terms of my weight, my energy, my ability to run and move. I hadn't run for years because I didn't think I could, my knees or whatever. All of those things were alleviated. You know, I have women my age who say, well, what are you doing for menopause? And I remember looking at somebody with the dumbest stare going, I don't know. When is it supposed to begin? And they're like, well, you should be familiar. I'm like, well, then I'm not having any experiences. So it's clearly my lifestyle choices, because I don't know. None of the things that you say are the signs of, you know, I'm not having those experiences. And so I'm grateful for that, but I know it has a lot to do with the decisions that I've made about my nutrition. But not only that, it's about feeding my mind, body, and soul. And that's really what we look at, is a holistic approach. So we begin with your gut health. If we can get your gut healthy, we know that at the same time is going to clear your mind, because you literally have parasites living in your body. And it's like each group of parasites are attracting more and more of the same. They're building up in caps within your body. So if you're a sugar addict, which many of us are, because it's in so much of what it is we consume, that you have no way of truly eliminating it, because it's in so many of the products that you consume. So my best solution is to plan at minimum a quarterly detox so that you detox yourself from all that sugar. And I remember my last sugar detox, I was horrified. I didn't realize how much mucus and phlegm just between the top of the esophagus, and that can't even go through your digestive system. But it's all sugar and mucus just capturing more and more and more and more and more. And if you don't get those things out of your system, then they just become stronger poisons. That toxicity contributes to what later becomes illness in your body.
Okay. Wow. That's a lot of wonderful information. A lot of things that I didn't know about. Can you tell us more about the 120 Club membership program and its long-term value for your guests?
Oh, absolutely. So there are, as I said, there's a tribe of folks who have been studying the blue zones and know that full life is 120 years and beyond. And there are some folks that actually want to lean into that. And so when I thought about, I jokingly said to my son, having lost both of my parents at a very early age along their journey, that the Almighty was going to bless me with both of the rest of their lives so that I was going to be around for a long time. 120 is just, the strike point. I'll be here for long after that. So I started to say, well, what would you do if you knew that you were going to live to 120 and beyond? Well, I would set intentions. So I did. I set an intention to be the fastest woman on the 100-meter at 120, and also the longest jumper for the long jump at 120. So those are two of the intentions that I set. And then what I began to realize is there's some other folks that want to join me. They have intentions that they would like to lead into. And so the 120 Club, and I'm sure you've heard of an organization in the US called ARP, which I think is a fabulous organization. I said, what if I could create an organization that had similar merits of ARP and then some, right? And was like my most luxurious country club membership and community of folks that shared ideals, that feature thought leadership, because I must keep my brain active and engaged if it is that I expect to have full life. I must laugh as much as I can. I must find people that enjoy laughing, learning, traveling. And more importantly, I must activate my wealth resources so that I have the resources to sustain my lifestyle, for these. And I needed to reframe how I discussed my aging process. So instead of reframe or seeing myself, if you will, as you hear people say, oh, well, someone said to me, oh, well, I'm not expecting to live much longer. And I said, dang, that's sad, because as you speak it, you will realize it. Instead, I lean into things like, I'm just beginning the second part, the second half of this journey. And I said, I'm not even at the second. I haven't even completed the first half yet to get to the second half. So therefore, giving myself space that, hey, I have a whole another, decade before I hit the middle point. And then at that middle point, then I'll move into the second half, and that gets me somewhere around 140, 150 years of age that I'm projecting for myself. And I said, how many generations could I influence with that type of understanding, and how many generations could stand on my shoulders and benefit from the knowledge that I've gained and the experiences that I will have continued to amass, over this long, healthy life.
All right. So how does the 120 Club foster a continuous journey of wellness for its participants?
So it's a membership club, and the idea is that these members will form community. It's a subscription-based model where they're able to access not only our resorts physically, but virtually. So if you come to a wellness week, for example, at one location, we capture the data from your experience, whatever your treatment protocol was. And then you may come back the next year, in the next 6 months, and you want to visit a different location. Well, that same information is there, but when you go home, you may want to continue a workout plan, or you may love a particular yogi. You may love a particular, the body a part of our routine. It's led by Coach Sterling, and you may want to participate in some of those training sessions from home. With the 120 Club subscription, you're able to continue to have those courses and trainings. You may want to have refills on particular tinctures, tonics. You may want to use some of the medical devices you've been introduced to at the resort for home use, because many of the med tech devices that we use in our spas, they're meant to be home use devices that we introduce you to on purpose, so that you know that you can own the technology and be able to continue the use of those technologies at home to contribute to your well-being. So the membership in the 120 Club is just like if you joined any other organization where you're a member. If you're a member of AARP, if you're a member of, a Capital One club, a Visa club, if you're a member of a country club, all of these different membership groups. If you play golf, you're a member of a golf club, these country club type memberships. It's a typical subscription-based membership that speaks to a certain audience of people that have a desired goal to live full life of 120 years and beyond, and want to participate and experience the various educational opportunities. They want a group to travel with. They want a group that they show up and book their wellness retreats together. After Jamaica, we'll be opening up Italy, and then we'll start opening up our locations throughout the continent of Africa. So we have special incentives right now for our early bird subscribers, where they get to be part of our first group to jump in and evaluate, each location that we open up. They're our first guests to experience the treatments and provide feedback, and also provide testimonials that are used to promote those offerings to other guests. So that's the benefit of being a member of a club.
Okay. So then how do persons join the 120 Club?
Great question. So right now we've been marketing promotional early bird memberships. If you go to our website, 420wellnessshop.com, you'll see both the promos as well as some of the medical technology that we're using is available as well at that location. It's 420wellnessshop.com, and that's where you can book an early bird VIP membership to the 120 Club, or book an early bird promotional wellness. And we have a special incentive for those that book wellness packages now. We're giving them not only the early VIP membership, but we're throwing in a bonus. We have a partner that's offering trips to Mexico as well. So you get a bonus of, 2 trips for the price of one for 2 people. And you can schedule and take those trips anytime within a 24-month period. So, there you go. We want to encourage you. And, sometimes people say, some people who haven't been to Jamaica, I don't know about Jamaica. Okay, well, we're giving you the Mexico trip. So if you hate Jamaica, then maybe you'll love the Mexico trip. But guess what? Anybody that's ever been to Jamaica, they're happy to not only have a week in Jamaica, they want that second week in Jamaica. They're like, we'll keep coming back to Jamaica because we know what that experience is all about.
Right. Okay. Awesome. So what are some unique features of Xenoverse's resorts that contribute to sustainable social impact?
One of the things is that I created a social impact initiative to ensure that we had a ability to provide our sustainable meal kits, again, our tinctures. And so Organic Farmers Global is an organization that allows us to extend our footprint of organic farmers. And the goal is to activate the marketplace so that people will be able to eventually order in bulk the various, tinctures, tonics, also access to our med tech technologies, which I'm continuing to explore and add to our inventory, new technologies as I learn about new technologies. In fact, we were just on the road show and we were introduced to a new device that assists tremendously with breathing. I was on an earlier conversation with Chef Keaty, and he was talking about one of the main things that people need to learn is about proper breathing. We have a medical device that assists people with getting an experience of what proper breath looks and feels like, and how your body is energized when you have proper breath. Once it is you've had that experience, then now you begin to understand how to continue that breathing at those levels when you go back home, so that you're able to oxygenate your body appropriately, right? And then also when you plan your follow-up wellness week, you're looking forward to take advantage of those particular treatment protocols. So we have, again, a lot of opportunities. And again, by making sure that we impact the various ecosystems, that's the intention, that every market we enter to really create a viable ecosystem that extends beyond just the operations of our organizations, but more importantly, develops our supply chain with the local market suppliers who also can feed into our ecosystem and be able to participate in the global marketplace that we're creating.
Okay. That kind of leads into the next question of, how do Xenoverse's wellness resorts contribute to the $5.2 trillion global wellness market?
So we are looking to be participants. So we have not yet received all of our 5.2. That is a baseline for us in terms of why our business exists. Is 5.2 trillion as of 2022 is what the market represents. The market is growing by $1 trillion a year, projected over the next 3 years. And that's the part of the market that we're looking to participate in, as well as the $3 trillion market opportunity on the continent of Africa. And so that is why we are launching our resorts, because we see that not only is there a viable market, but it's a growing market. And so that's how we will participate in the market, is we'll continue to market ourselves to the consumers that consume wellness resorts, which there's plenty, that are looking for these all-inclusive destinations, organizations and individuals that value, their wellness. As I said in our segments, there are several people that sort of meet that profile. You have high performers who used to be, say, for example, professional athletes, and post their professional career, they still want to maintain their wellness. So they're looking for destinations. You have people who are still actively engaged and considering themselves as top performers within their industries. I often use a sports analogy because I think people can relate to that. So if you were a professional athlete and you were thinking about being good, the difference between good to great to a GOAT, the GOATs we know, the Serena Williams, the LeBron James, the Kobe's, the Michael Jordans. What's the difference between a GOAT and somebody that was a good player and a great player? It's because at some point, the physicality becomes pretty much equal, but it's the investment in the mindset and the things beyond. So it's been said that LeBron James, for example, invests millions of dollars a year in ensuring that his body is able to perform at a certain level. For the rest of us, we may not have millions of dollars to spend for that outcome. Xenoverse provides for those who are interested in having body and soul maintenance outcomes. We provide you with that opportunity. For the price of, as some people said, they spend this money at Starbucks, you can invest in a wellness week for yourself and shift your body. And why wouldn't you? Because when you think about it, if you own anything that you value, if you own a car, don't you have to maintain it? If you own a house, doesn't it require maintenance? Well, why wouldn't you invest in your body, into your wellness? And I'm not talking about sick care, because I've had some people tell me that they've been investing in their sick care plans. And I said, well, great. You'll continue to be cut and poisoned until you no longer exist. I'm talking about those that want to have full life and sustain their well-being, and to take a proactive, a preventative approach to their well-being. Those folks are the folks. And unlike the messaging that sometimes many entrepreneurs says, well, my business is for everybody. No, my business is not for everybody, because everybody is not interested in what it is we're offering. There's a select group of folks who are top performers and what it is that they do, and they're looking for ways to continue to be a top performer. If you're a high performing CEO, if you're an executive in the C-suite, you have demands, and you know that in order to mitigate burnout, you have to step away from what it is you're doing. Otherwise, you're going to come down with a chronic condition, and your ability to perform will be mitigated for you. There'll be limitations that you experience. And while I was in law school, it was really the administrators of the law school pulling me aside and saying, sadly, as hard as people work to become professionals in the legal field, there's a known outcome, especially for top performing attorneys, and that is too many of them end up with either weight issues, mental stressors, burnouts, and they lean into substances that are not really meant to help them long term. It may give you an immediate boost right now, but sadly, the consequences of addictions and other things are often the outcomes of those choices. So if we had an opportunity to go someplace where we could reset so that we could then come back and have the ability to deliver our A game with a reset, then this is what Zeniverse is all about. So our tagline is escape, evolve, and elevate for that particular reason. We want to take you away from your daily journey, allow you to escape to a safe environment. And then while you're there, we're going to help you to evolve from where you are when you arrive. And from there, you'll return elevated and able to execute on your business goals and objectives.
Thank you so much, Dr. Audrey, for sharing all this wonderful information. As we close the hour out, can you share once again how viewers can reach you, Zeniverse, and the 120 Club?
Absolutely. So I'm going to send you one place just for, sake of ease, and especially since this is where we're offering our promotions. www.420wellnessshop.com. Go there, and that's where you'll get connected, and then you can connect to the rest of our organization.
Thank you so much, Dr. Audrey. Genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you, and thanks for having me.
You're very welcome. So the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use Cash App, and it's on the screen below. It's just $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for the month of October. This is NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Our TV, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.